Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Let's pull the volume of that down. Okay, make sure everything is running that should be running. I think I've already changed the title. That's running, that's ticking over. Okay, good. Let's park ourselves down and put ourselves back in survival mode. And re-enable the HUD. Right, so plan today is mostly to get the new clean room running. Did that finish? It did, excellent. Which is going to require that we get the, well, it doesn't require, but we're going to get it sorted anyway, the large chemical reactor up and running as well. Because it is helpful. This thing here is a nice little lovely incense stick. It will keep me sane for 10 hours. There we go. It gives warp ward in a pretty reasonably big area. I think it's something like 3 chunks in each direction, so I think it should reach all the way over here. doesn't look like it's resetting. Good, good. Did you finish? Yeah, you did. Don't mind me holding piping hot, red hot bars. Apparently having fire protection or fire immunity. This is what is giving us our fire protection? Oh right, yeah, we have the Pigman backpack. That's given us fire protection or fire resistance, which allows us to carry around red hot bars of tantalum. But yes, the plan today is going to be to get stuff set up in here so that we can start making a bunch of circuits. For that, we're going to need all of this, and then everything below it is stuff to craft later. So what we've got is a large battery buffer, bigger than we're actually going to need. The intent is that we're going to put this here with a gas generator for the short term, just to be able to power this. And we'll power it off with the benzene since we have a load of it lying around at the moment. And then eventually we'll have a transformer down here, and the battery buffer will sit up there between that turbine and the one that'll go next to it. And it'll also then have input from the top from any other manual generators or single plug generators that we're going to end up leaving up there. Is there anything else I had left running that I need to do something with? Let's clear out the pollution. I think I've tidied up everything. One thing we missed. I was just doing some amount of resource processing. The other thing I ended up doing was I've made a bunch of these because we are potentially going to expand the tree farm temporarily, but we'll see. Anyway, so first things first, we do actually need that battery buffer. How many of these we're going to need? We're going to need 3 machine holes. There's our stainless steel. 3 will be 24. Those turning into plates. Okay. Yeah, that does use an extra stainless steel, and it uses polyethylene on the side anyway. Do we actually have some spare gold wire? I seem to remember we have a spare gold wire. We need more than a spare gold wire. And we're actually going to need half a stack of gold. Looking at how much gold we have left, we should get some more bacon. So 1 stack, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 more stacks. These are 16. Yeah, good, that's right. Where's our polyethylene? Okay, and then the batteries are going to be the thing I need to make a decision over. We have a couple of things we can use for batteries, but they both require us to... I think we have to use lithium for the time being if we want to use batteries. We could always skip that step. Because this requires an HV centrifuge, which is going to require 4 more advanced circuits, and unfortunately we only have 9 left, and 7 of those are allocated in order to allow us to actually start crafting this next tier of circuits. So we will probably have to convert a bunch of these. We'll get everything else set up first. We have our chest, yes. Gives us those. Polyethylene in there. This shouldn't need a circuit. Okay. Right. Can I just make this in here? No, this does need to be made in a crafting table. What are you? Cable diode. I don't mind all of that being reset. Which way round was this? Chest is on the top. And there's our battery buffer. Actually, let's sit that there. For safety's sake, we'll probably end up using the later anyway. Let's make one. Wait, no. Yeah, no, that will be a 4. Make 1 4. 3 2s. Blue alloy cable is probably one of the better HV cables because it has 2 amps on a single wire capability. Okay, let's hook it up this way round. That can go there. That can go there. Hook you into there and into there. Even though this can, in theory, output 16 amps, it shouldn't be a problem. That's a 4 amp diode, so everything inside is only going to be able to pull 4 amps out of it anyway. This is why I wanted the 8 amp cable here, because if that pulls a maximum out of it, pulls all 4 amps, then this is going to potentially pull a 5th, which would fry the cable if that was a 2 times cable. And then that can go there, and that can go there. I shouldn't put them away, we're going to get them out again in a bit. Right. There's no point us putting the gas generator on there until we actually have batteries. I don't believe we have any spare energon. We don't. Nor do I think we have any energy crystals lying around. So we would either have to make more, which it's not that expensive. But if we have bees that can make it, and if we've got to go through the process of making it anyway, the thing I don't think we have is sufficient lithium just lying around. We have some lithium, or some partially processed lithium. We probably have a little bit of lithium, yeah, lying around here, but I believe HV batteries require half a stack of it. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. What we lack is the acid. It's more than I would like. We can make it easily enough. We don't have much of that, I don't think. Okay, we got some out of ash. In fact, getting it out of ash appears to be... Oh, right, we can make it from phosphorus. We're probably out of range. So we can make some more from this. I think phosphorus doesn't really exist on its own. There isn't a bee that will make that for me. If we actually want the phosphorus on its own, we need to mine it from space, which means... Yeah, we can't get phosphorus on its own. And I think I've gone through my supply of phosphate. We also can't get it from bees. Yeah, so we can't get the ore on its own. We get the dust as a byproduct of apatite and triphosphate ore, isn't it? Yeah. And we can pull it out of this. The apatite we have plenty of. I think it's all in here and we haven't processed it. And I think we haven't processed it largely just because... Oh, that has niobium in it. I was waiting until I had a macerator. What is this used for? Fertilizer, matchsticks, torches. We're getting the phosphates out of it, but then you get the calcium. And I think calcium I couldn't figure out what to do with. Phosphate, which again I think we need to electrolyze just to get the phosphorus, and then you convert the phosphorus into phosphorus pentoxide. And that's how you make the acid. Or we can do this. I think we have a reasonable amount of that. Yep. And this is one of the reasons we wanted to make a large chemical reactor. So we may actually need to make the gas turbine first. The large chemical reactor, I think, should require the remaining 4. We can't do it via the large chemical reactor. If we had 11 spare, we could. We'd have to make some additional circuits to make everything we need. Short of finding a different way to generate the power. Which we could just hook up the turbine. That will get us HV power. So we will have to do this way round. Niobium. It's neodymium that we need at the moment, not niobium. We will need this later, but I don't think we need it for anything at the moment. Random gold ore. Crushed gold. Could just process or start by processing the pre-crushed stuff. For the time being, the phosphate is more important, so... Will this end up with more? 50, 90, 120... It'll end up with more of this, but I don't think it'll end up with more phosphate. Five, 20, 20, 60. Oh, sorry. 40, 40, and then 50. So 130. Rather than just one of these, but yeah, then we have to split it down. So let's grab that. Do we have... We do have some impure, we can throw that straight in. May as well clean out that. That goes in the washer. These go for a spin, that gets thrown into the cauldron upstairs. And then that can go in the HV macerator. Right, put these in for a spin. Put that into macerate, and then put those into wash. Okay, let's make the battery hulls while we start working on that, or while that starts ticking. Molten polyethylene, battery alloy. I don't think we have much in the way of battery alloy. I don't think we have any plates. Yeah, we need to make some more, and that's lead and antimony, I want to say. Okay, so we have 19, make it 5 at a time. What's that? Yeah, 5 at a time. So that's an extra 15. Make it 30. We need one more set. Okay. Uh, 16, so we need 8. You still in there? That's still in there, good. We're going to need more oxygen, aren't we? over here. Oh, we mathed wrong. There we go. We only need 2 more from that. It's going to give us 5. So let's put these away. Turn that into plates. Oh, this is not a fast centrifuge recipe. We can do this in a chemical reactor, can't we? Yes, okay. This bit I know we can. Four and 10 makes 14. 14 and 60 makes 4,000. Does this need to be on any particular number? Nope. HV? Or rather MV? Ah, wait, no, wrong step. This does need to be on... Wait, no. Oxygen, 4 phosphorus. Oh! We haven't actually got the oxygen out of here. Let's go grab phosphate, phosphorus. That probably needs to be sent through the electrolyzer, yeah. We had left a purified redstone in here. This is into, yeah. Then send the gold through, then send that through. Did we really not have any of that spare? It would seem odd that we have the other stuff but not that. Maybe we just deliberately made sure we had the last bit of it cleaned out. Okay. Gonna run out of space for stone again. Yep. I can always break it later if I want those upgrades back. I don't know whether or not I need those gems for anything specific, but we may as well put them all to one side. Okay. Oh, there's our supply of oxygen. It will disappear pretty quickly. That also frees up the electrolyzer. The MV electrolyzer. Okay. And then to convert that, we need 16 water. 6 water. Gets us the acid. This needs an MV chemical reactor, doesn't it? Yeah. And we may as well grab the rest of it. That is not the chemical reactor. The chemical reactor currently isn't placed down. Yeah. Let me get a whole bunch of quicklime from something I'm going to do later. There was some process I remember that was going to end up throwing this back out. Ah, right, it might be the bauxite slag. You mix it with the bauxite ore. So we do have a use for that, but we get it back, so we don't have that much of a use for it. Let's keep a couple of these on us. In fact, one of them wants to be... That's why we had one of them on us. This isn't quite done yet. Did the carbon not go in here? Yeah, the carbon went in here. Not that I currently have a use for the carbon. Oh no, scratch that, we are going to start using some of it. Do I have a four-way drawer spare? No, I think I converted all of my extra drawers over. Yeah, turn them all into the upgrade templates. How many you got left? You still didn't actually get through all the gold. Order of operations is technically that. We need 5 to do the conversion. We won't throw the lithium in to start processing yet. We should wait until the rest of it is done. Otherwise we could be potentially waiting for them both to finish before we actually get the stuff we want out of it. Actually, thinking about it, I was kind of assuming that we can skip a step. If we had a large chemical reactor. I think we still end up with the same amount, but yeah, we still would need the large chemical reactor for this because it has 2 fluid inputs. Oh no, we could have done it this way. Because we can actually get a lot of sulfuric acid. All of that over there is currently sitting and doing nothing. And I did pre-make some distilled water. But at the minute we actually already have a whole bunch of hydrochloric acid anyway. So we don't need more. Ah, right, yeah, this gives an ungodly amount of gypsum, doesn't it? It's gypsum we don't really have much of a use for. But we can turn it into quicklime to get diluted sulfuric acid back out of it. Once we have a nickel chrome coil. And that's a fairly quick operation as well. And we do need the diluted sulfuric acid. But we lack the coils. That's fine. Manually it is for now. Okay, so the redstone done. It's either gone through the gold finally, or it is on the gold. It's on the gold. Or done the gold. There's some spare gold, some copper. Let's throw those away because they're not part of the rest of that. Let's throw that in there. We were cooking some gold earlier, so let's just grab that. Need to remember that any spare gold dust wants to be thrown in there. I don't think you get nickel from gold. I assume we got it from processing the gold. Oh yeah, it is the last part of the process chain. And you're all done. Good. Okay, one stack of purified lithium, that needs to be thrown in here once all of that is done. Let's get to start on the other stack. We have our location we're storing this currently. Right. Get in there. Gold goes in here. Keep the nickel on us for a moment. Might as well keep a stack of dusts hanging around just so that we don't have to macerate them up if we need them for something later. Okay, that's all done. Have you kicked on? You have kicked on. Aren't we at a point where we could start using the filters? To be fair, I do want to automate this properly. There's kind of a quest in here to automate it. On the other end of this. Although this is a bad device. If memory serves, this is nowhere near as efficient as the multi-block we have in front of us. There's the absorption thing. Which is a use for carbon. We need to get to EV to be able to guarantee to get the filter back out of it. And when we get to IV, we also get most of the carbon back out of it. I think the dark ash can be converted straight into carbon, can't it? Yeah. So it might be worth starting to use those. I think I had some spare of this acid earlier because it's needed for... Oh no, what was this acid needed for then? Well, that's to produce it. Chemical bath, yeah, tanned leather is what we were using it for. I think we have a supply of tanned leather, although it probably won't last long when we start needing it again, because I don't think we even have a stack of it. Yeah, we have less than half a stack. And it's needed for hardened leather, which will then upgrade our backpack. Which is medium at the minute, so that's 8 right there. What else is this used for? It's not used for the adventuring suit, or at least we don't need to make it. Ah, that's the stuff, isn't it? Traveler's gloves, Traveler's vest, Traveler's goggles. We need it for those. For a quest. And then all the other bits and pieces that go along with it. So we're going to need more of this stuff anyway. We'll worry about producing it properly at a later date. Okay, that'll get us the rest of this. So because this is what we're actually after, let's trade. How many combs is this actually used to process? Neodymium, lithium, electrotine, thorium. Okay, that's not bad. There aren't many combs that actually require this. Although that's going to leave us with a lot of spare acid then, if we produce our hydrochloric this way, because I think hydrochloric has a lot more combs it's used on. But we can make hydrochloric acid using salt and hydrogen, which we can pull from air, so... Hey, our tantalum is ready. We're going to need that later. In fact, in the not too distant future. Is it worth continuing to break it down? Nah, not really. Let's get enough to make one more batch of acid. So that's 2. Actually, we may end up getting sufficient stuff to make one more batch of acid without needing to do this. Where are we storing the calcium? We already have way too much of it. Okay, for now, we'll shove this in here. Am I going to need to move liquids around? We are, just to finish off this little bit. Okay, so that gets our lithium. There's our plates. There's our wires. No program number. There's our polyethylene. Okay, we do have plenty of ethylene left. Actually, I'm betting this needs to be made in at least MV. we could have made it in LV. That's fine. It'll produce slightly quicker up here. Gets our batteries. We just need the lithium to put in them, and for that we're going to need... did we have a higher tier cannon machine? I don't think there's really much need to make higher tier cannon machines. Is that thunder or just rain? Why am I not seeing that? It's rain. Just rain. We should probably sleep to get rid of the rain. Anyway. Basic cannon machine. Do I actually already have the fluid canner put down? Wait, that is the fluid canner. You're the fluid canner. You're the basic cannon machine. Not that it actually matters which slot they go in. Let's go get our spare lithium so we can get things going. Where are you? There. Wait. Is that... What was that battery? Alloy dust. No, that's just lead dust. Good. Oh, that processed quick. Probably not quite enough. Let's pick you back up, put you back away. Plenty of fuel. Okay, now we have a battery. It's actually worth us making the turbine now. Okay. How many motors do we have spare? Feel like... yeah. We already have an emitter. So we're going to need... one of those, 3 of those. That'll cover these, and that's MV, and then everything else after that we can worry about later, because that would have needed a couple of circuits. That's fine. Let's grab these. We're going to need 3 steel rods to magnetize. 3 stainless steel. Turn into those. That's 4x electrum wire. Uh, 12 of, so yeah, we do need that. 2x silver wire. Alright, we forgot to sleep. We need a place to put a polarizer. We may as well finish that and then just put the polarizer there. In theory, is everything we need for that. Starting to run low on rubber. Okay, I think we got the number correct there. We're also going to need a small stainless steel gear, a rod, 3 more plates. Gold wire. Oh, we already grabbed it. You done? You done. Okay, good. I can go back in here. Polarizer. Back on there. Right. You're ready. You're ready. Gold goes in there. Grab that. Clear that. There's our motors. We're going to need that. And the rubber again. Okay. Did we get that right? We made one more motor than we needed. Damn it. Never mind, it'll get used. Right, let's put that motor away then. Why do I still have this on us? Oh right, because I was waiting for that. Lithium is done. That doesn't take long to process, we'll just let that go through before we dump that in there. There we go. It's all the lithium with the spares. Put the lithium away. Put the spare motor away. Right. Let's get out these. We need 2 for that, 3 for that. We'll worry about that later. Might as well grab that now. Hey, this is why we keep spare gold cables around. That's steel, so we need 17 steel ingots. Unless we have some spare fans around, no. You empty? Good. You can auto output. Out that, please. Oh, we didn't grab the gold. Anything else we need for this one? Nope, we have everything we need. We just need to put things together. I'm going to leave all that stuff in there. There's our 4 rotors. Okay. Motors, circuits, motors, that and that. Can you not assemble that? What's the point of an assembly machine that can't assemble? Finished products. Okay. That's a spare. Everything else goes in here. There's our gas turbine. And there's our laser engraver. Okay. And we just need to give that thing fuel. Do we have a spare? We've used a bunch of these already. We have 1 more spare. And we may as well grab that. Since this cannot auto output. Okay, that's going to take a second. We should have just completed... Actually, there's a few things. Battery buffer. Free steel. Nice. Ah, you bastard. Can I get... I can't get the stuff back out of it. So at some point I'm just going to have to make another 4. Fair enough. This battery box can be filled with these things then. I'll worry about that later. Okay, other things that we completed. This one here. Ooh, green nitrobenzene to get us started. And then this one. We're missing a loot bag. Which quest didn't give us a loot bag? That one did not. Well, there you go. Some fuel to get you going. Now, what problem do you have? Controller being there should be fine, because it just needs to occupy one of the central things. Maybe we don't have enough plascrete? I know, it would have been telling me incomplete structure if that was the problem. Do I not have the battery box pointed the right way? Ah no, we don't have any batteries in the battery box. There we go. Problem solved. And we can get in and out of here without affecting the efficiency. Okay, so the clean room's running. Throw this stuff in here for now. Don't want to start using it until the clean room's at 100% efficiency. How much power is nitrate benching? It's like a million or million something, isn't it? 1.6 million. Right. It isn't using a full amp per second. 0.1 of an amp. We'll see how long that all lasts. And if we need more nitro or more benzene, we have other containers full of the stuff. They're empty. Go in there. we've been putting stuff in here to remind us to do with stuff with them later, so let's leave that in there. Right. Now we can start working on the next parts of this. We can tick some things off our list, although I never actually added most of this to our list. We now have that ready for the clean room, because making circuits wasn't in our task list. So, I'm going to need to craft SMD components. Let's just list the things that we need to make rather than add craft in front of them. We're also going to need phosphorus bull, so wafers. RV circuits, NV circuits, HV circuits, EV circuits. But before any of this, we can go at the bottom, why not? It doesn't matter. We need to make a NV circuit assembler. Right, so that's done, that's done. I don't think we have a spare MB machine lying around. Nope. Okay, we need 9 aluminum, 2 wrought iron, and then I think it's copper cables. Not annealed copper cables, although they can be annealed copper cables. Actually, no, I don't think this particular recipe can be annealed copper cables. I think we need proper copper cables to do it this way to save polyethylene. We're then going to need a couple of these. We have some spare. What else can I end up using these for? Oh, NAND chips. Although, why make them this way when I can make them with these instead? That's not useful. That's not useful, they're not useful. We're going to need some for circuit boards anyway. And I suppose we can just burn them on those if we need to. There we go, there's a use for them. Okay, we've got these, we're still going to need... Does that have to be annealed copper? No. 2 more copper, 1 more gold, 3 copper, because we're going to need them for that anyway. Okay, that should be everything for the transformer. Where are you? There you are. Okay, that's that bit. Right, so next bit. Okay, we still need another one. 9 more. 2 of these, 1 of these. Do I have any rubber plates lying around? No, we're going to have to make those. That's fine. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Honestly, it's motors more than circuits that are going to be the problem soon. Okay, let's finish making the bits that we were making and then I'll worry from there. Okay, keep the rubber on us, we're going to need it. Spare gold cable again. Note we can do about that. That goes there. Right. That's that, that's that. Okay. That, and that in there. And then pull them off this list. Oh wait, I didn't see, we needed the emitter as well. It's not a problem. Actually, that is a problem. It's a fixable problem, though. Okay, what do I need to make that from this? Do we have any diodes sitting around? It would be convenient if we do. Good. One of those. Copper. And then we're going to need 5 more copper for that. 5 aluminium for that. Magnetize those. They get magnetized. They get turned into wires. We need to make some more molten soldering alloy. Okay, that's electrum, isn't it? Yes. I think we do have some spare ingots lying around. Nether pearl is not a problem. It's going to take a second. Oops. Right, that's all we need for that. Put it away too soon. Okay, that covers that. That and that. Copper nickel. Nickel. Copper. I think it's 1-to-1, isn't it? Copper nickel. Yep. Okay, we're also going to need 2 copper cables for that, 3 for that. Gonna end up with a spare cable again. 2 for one, 3 for the other. We need 6 total. Okay. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. Oops, took it out too soon. The reason motors are such a pain is largely because the wires they use get bigger and bigger. And nickel is something we don't have a lot of at the minute. We have plenty of ways to get some, we just don't have much in storage. Okay. Clear that, put those in there. Okay, we have that. We should have that, that and that. We're making that. All of that will bubble up to this. Damn it. That also takes an MV circuit. Few too many bits and pieces to keep in my head at that point. So we'll get all of this done and then we'll make that MV circuit. Do we need that for... We do. Gonna have plenty of phosphorus around in a moment. In that case, we should make a note just to keep it as phosphorus. One more. Okay, there's our additional motors. We've got our emitter. That. So the only thing we're missing is that. We should have what we need for that. Okay. This, that, two of these. Somehow managed to wind up with 4 spare copper cables. I don't know how I managed to do that. Must have miscounted. We only need 1 of these, right? Yep. We have our 2 motors, we have our piston, we have the rod. Put that away. Shouldn't need the rubber anymore, at least not for the time being. We got our conveyor belt. Okay. What we need is an MV circuit. This one's exponentially more expensive, so let's just make it from this. Can I add that this way? No, we have to do it from circuit assembler. What's the minimum amount we can make? In fact, there's a reason all of this is here. Which one's which? That's to make the LVT here for this one. So yeah, that's all HV. The only thing that part we actually care about is this bit here. Yeah, we need to make 8 in order to satisfy these craftings. Okay. We should have some annealed copper in here. One of those. 4. And 2 coal dust. Still got plenty of glue. This need a, yes, 5. Okay. More annealed copper, 4 rods, fluid solidifier, any of these works. Do I have a ball mold? I think I have a ball mold. We have a ball mold. Then this is redstone alloy, which I'm going to need to melt some more down of. Good, circuit assembler is here. Let's just start throwing stuff in there. Going to need red alloy wire. That's why I make it in batches of 8. Okay, we may as well just use the glue. And they're 4 apiece, so 8. Program 6. Oh. 10. not the right kind of cable setting. Okay, so that gets all of that. We need 8 red alloy. I'm gonna need... we may be out. We do not have enough solder in alloy. We usually have some ingots around. We're down to our last one. Antimony's fine. Yeah, okay, that's okay. I know the ratios on that aren't right. That should get rid of all the tin. Right. Goes in there, that goes in there. What do we need for the HV? 2 more copper wire. That's it. Okay. This was... how much was it actually? What was the ratio supposed to be? Okay, yeah. It is 9. So we pull 1 tin out. There we go. Let's just melt this all down. Okay, did this need anything extra? Nope, so should just be able to drop those in. Missing something? Oh, we did make enough cables, it's just we must have accidentally removed them or deliberately removed them from the list. Okay. Right. Good, you fully charged all of them. And I imagine you're still very slightly ticking away to keep this at 100% efficiency. Outstanding. You're not quite full, I don't think. But we have gone through all of our benzene. Or not our benzene, our wood tar. Not that it can go in yet, but it does have benzene in there now. Okay, plenty of fuel. Let's head inside. Step down. HV to AV, input HV 1 amp. Don't think I need a cable. I think I should just be able to put that down here. If we mess this up, then it goes bang and we waste a lot of time. So yeah, this is in step down mode, 1 amp HV to 4 amp MV. This is the input side. It's expecting HV 1 amp. Doesn't matter that this is a 4 amp cable, it will only pull 1 amp. This is an output MV 4 amp. So that connects into there. And then we can just sit that here. That's the advanced circuit assembler. Okay, other things we need to bring into here now. High voltage cutter and the precision engraver. So our cutter, there's the engraver. Cutter goes first, then the engraver. Fluid heater. Shouldn't need the HV assembler at the moment. Might want or need the wire mill, but I don't think, well, we won't need it, but we might want the wire mill in here. Okay, high voltage. These don't transfer power between each other, so this should all be fine. There we go. No complaints. Nothing's gone bang yet, then nothing's tried to run yet. That's still there. You have pulled more fluid, which means you've charged the buffers. I think we're safe for the time being. In the loot bag. Right. Before we can even consider making this one, we need to get EV circuits. But before that, we have a whole bunch of other things to do. Okay. That is done. Do we want to do the wafers first or the surface mount devices? It is it's SMD, not SMC. It's the diodes that require the platinum, if memory serves correctly. So we don't actually need to do this bit yet, because we need to get some more advanced circuits now, some HV circuits. So we're going to need to progress all of this first. That being the case, wafers are the next thing. You're all done, you're all done. Okay, let's get some phosphorus. So it wants 1 phosphorus ball. Gonna need a stack of silicon grade or solar grade silicon, which we don't currently have anymore. So we're gonna need to make some more. We're gonna need some more raw silicon to go with it. There's 8. I don't think we have small gallium arsenide sitting around anywhere. We'll make a couple, because we'll get through them. They'll get used. Okay, cooked with nitrogen. Kenthal, which is what we have. 10 minutes. Power system should be able to handle that. How did I do that? I had a semi-automated setup to make me solar grade silicon previously, but I forget how I worked that out. Okay, one more. So I think we need to run this 5 times. Okay, we were making solar grade silicon from zinc chloride. Zinc, silicon tetrachloride. Two. Oh, do we get 2 each time? Because that'll be annoying. We do, damn it. We need 5, not 6. We're gonna have spares. Okay. Do we have a location for this? No. Let me throw this stuff in here for now. Just to keep it all in one place. There we go. Right, so that's one part of the equation. Do I have any spare? I don't think I do. Gallium. We have plenty of arsenic, I just can't remember where the hell it is. Maybe we turned it into an ingot? Yeah, a bunch in here is ingot forms. We've got the dust. Okay, does this need gas? Nope. Right, now where to get the raw silicon from? Nether quartz, silicon dioxide. I have to remind myself. I think we have an amount of silicon dioxide around. Yeah, we need to get the raw silicon first, and then we run it with hydrochloric acid, which is why we have so much of it. Is that not the zinc one? Been too long. What's the process line to get from this and this to that? So that's the last part. To the zinc dust with the silicon tetrachloride. That's the raw silicon and the chlorine. We do have a bunch of chlorine around, so that's fine. Now, how did I partially automate this? Was I bouncing them back and forth between the HV and the LV one? I wouldn't put it past me. That's something silly that sounds like something I would do. That's 20 seconds. That's 20 seconds. And then manually reprocessing the zinc to get the chlorine out of it. I think I must have been bouncing them back and forth, unless I was looping it up here into itself. Ah, no, yeah, that was it. I was looping it into tanks. Either way, we are going to need to get the raw silicon out. Do we have any silicon dioxide? Or how much silicon dioxide do we have? Silicon dioxide, if I remember correctly, has other uses. Quartzite less so. That's too many steps. We need to turn it back into an acid. Because I think the magnesium we can just electrolyze to split them back out again. Which makes me wonder why there's not magnesium over here. If if that was a way to get the raw silicon. Oh, we only have one raw silicon for 6 quartzite dust. Don't we have a better way of getting silicon at the moment? Maybe. There's also some silicon and asbestos. Sodalite. Mice is useful. Do we have enough for 2 stacks out of this, though? No, we have enough for a stack. Is there any other use other than electrolyzing this? No, so we may as well. So that gets us a stack of raw silicon. Let's disable the auto outputs. We're going to have to manually remove the oxygen from this. Stop! Stop! I already did this. Conspicuously, there is magnesium, aluminium, and raw silicon in here. It's almost as if I used this setup to explicitly make raw silicon at some point. Okay, let's put the iron away. The zinc we need, though. We also want... that's oxygen. There's our chlorine. There's less in there than I thought we had. I think we converted too much of it to hydrochloric acid. It's not solar grade silicon though. Okay, we'll go through this process then. So that is the wrong stuff. We're doing this. Do I want to do it that way? Can I do it this way? Okay, and if we do this smart, you're empty, you're empty. We can do this in a self-contained loop with a single machine, more or less. That's a pump. Let's think. We'll do it here, so we will use that. MV machine. MV machine. Okay. We do have to keep turning it on and back and forth if we're going to do it that way. And if we only have one machine, using one machine to do both bits is going to take as long as using the elving machine behind us to do one part of it. Okay, so let's think about this. We say you get the raw silicon. That means you need the chlorine. You will output... we need to turn you around. Do we have... Okay, we have plenty of pumps. We'll have it auto output items then. Actually, no. Yes. This doesn't output items, this just outputs fluid. It converts both of those into that. Because the electrolyzer is here, let's do this one down here then. So chlorine goes in. Auto output the fluid. Yeah, and the electrolyzer thing is going to spit out the... Let me move this. This outputs two types of dust. I need you to not have oxygen in you. We should have the spare conduits to do this. Right, you will automatically extract on there on green. And insert into here on green. Let's do it this way. Change that to blue. Insert here on blue. So Now they'll put the zinc back in. You spit the chlorine out here. I see what it did there. That's not quite the behavior I expected from it, but we can fix that. There we go. Now if we throw the chlorine in here and set you to 2, and then we can throw the zinc in here and set you to 1. Doesn't need a program number. The only thing that problem this is going to have is that it's also going to put the solar grade silicon into here. Did this stop due to a lack of chlorine at any point? It shouldn't do, because the machines up there are running twice as fast as this. Yeah, it's fine. In fact, it can hold 16,000, so... Right, that's that going. You don't need to worry about it. Put the oxygen away. We'll keep a hold of that because we're going to need it. We didn't need the pumps. We found a different way around. We didn't even need the buffer. Where are you? There you are. Let's have you off that for the time being. I'll leave that there. I don't think I made any item filters. Nor do I think I've been given any. Oh! That should do the trick. Apparently not. This works. Blacklist, solar grade silicon. Oh, wait. There we go. We need to remember to properly reconfigure this later. Okay. Need to hammer that. Didn't need the chest, put that away. And put that away. Okay, so while that's making us the stuff we need for wafers, it will take a while, given that we've done it this way. Could have done it faster if we had the large chemical reactor up, but unfortunately we need the circuits for that, so we have to do it this way. Okay. I'm not going to worry about any of that for now. Instead, start worrying about all of this. I don't think any of this specifically needs... yeah. Let's figure out the number that we're going to need and start prepping some of this bit. Empty plastic board. Oh, we never actually finished it. Okay, well we have plenty of polyethylene sheets, but we also have a whole bunch of polyvinyl chlorine sheets, which are slightly better. I think at this point we also have polytetrafluoroethylene, which if we turn that into sheets we can get even more. What else can we use polyvinyl chlorine for? Not necessarily the sheets, just the actual plastic itself. Neutron accelerator, HV, PVC items. Then polyvinyl chlorine sheets. We do need those for something. That's it. SMD capacitors. Sterile water plant casing. What about the liquid form of this? Nope. Artificial leather. So the liquid form has no use. Hermetic casing 2 is probably one of the things that it is most useful for. Make super tank 2s. Whereas polytetrafluoroethylene, I know for a fact we're going to need for this. PTFE casing. That is soaked in polytetrafluoroethylene. So yeah, we'll have to use the vinyl chlorine then. Okay, how many? Need 2 workstations. And then 4 advanced circuits. $16.82. Okay. Didn't think we had made any yet. Just copper foil. Yep. Okay. Let's make my job slightly easier. That seemed like a lot. Yeah, fair enough. Now, is that going to give me the right number? 52 times 4 minus that minus... Okay, yeah, that cancels all out. And I don't know why I got the calculator to do that. You can actually just check in here. If not all of this got used, then you would end up with a blue color on it. Okay. Let's get them bending. Does this need... Ah, it's a chemical reactor. We'll have to use the HV one then. Because we're using all the other ones. Sulfuric acid. We're going to use an uneven amount of sulfuric acid. There's going to be leftover. Problem solved. That's a chemical reactor recipe as well. Do we have enough of this? We do have enough iron-free chloride as well, which is our etching fluid. There we go. That's chemical reactor. For some reason I'm doubting that's HV. I know it's HV. I'm just waiting for one of these things to explode because we wasn't paying attention. This doesn't need a clean room to be made. I don't believe. No. I think the next tier of board does. Yep. Almost got enough for one. The key is to not move once you're inside. What I may end up doing is rebind in the location that it spawns me. Or having something that makes me, or makes it easier to make sure I'm standing in the right location to get out again. There's 26. Sulfuric acid in there. We're going to need to keep a hold of that. Put that away for now. Okay, so boards are on the way. That's surface mount components, polyethylene. That's all polyethylene all the way down. The only thing we can't currently do is make the workstations because we don't have the way to make the platinum. But that's fine because the way to make the platinum opens up all the HV circuits. Do we have any neodymium just sitting around? I doubt we have any neodymium rings. We don't have any neodymium ingots. We do have neodymium dust. Can we cook it? Yes, we can. Do you need anything special to cook? Circuit number 1. But otherwise you should just go. How long are you going to take? 90 seconds. Gonna need 2 stacks of capacitors. Can I turn... We can bend sheets into sheets. I suppose we have... Nah. Can't remember where we got the epoxy boards from. I think coils and inductors are the same thing. Yeah. I don't know whether I'll keep these for other things. How many do we need? 32. Throw this in here. Grab the result from here when it gets here. Where are you? Was auto output not on? Auto output's not on. There it is. Oh. It's unusual. That's very unusual. Slightly annoying. Do I have an MV fluid solidifier? Oh, I thought this only returned 10. It's like 2, rather. That's why I did it this way. Fairly sure I do, in fact, have a ring shape. Okay, so 2 of those. Four of those. Gallium foil. Oh, you can just cook you and then bend you. Okay, so 16 of that goes with 8 of that, 4 of that goes with 32 of that, This is going to go through tantalum pretty quickly, unfortunately. And then that's carbon, isn't it? And then grab the polyethylene. Oh. Where is our... polyethylene then? You must have put it in something somewhere. There you are. Oh, that works. These, I think, can all be done in MV. I don't need a clean room. No, we do actually have it all. Should have a stack. Also going to need a bunch of nitrogen for this. Actually have nitrogen liner. I think we do. There's that nitrogen. Program number 3. Tank full enough. Oh balls, we accidentally left this running. We've wasted some fuel. We didn't need this many, it's just we may as well have made them. Since we have the neodymium. Could make even more if we had iridium. Can probably make them with platinum in the future. I can't remember if I ever figured out a decent way of or a decent method of getting tantalum. I don't think there's a... We've been over this yesterday. I don't think there's any... It's like a B that we can get tantalum from. That's why we wanted that stuff. Yeah, not until we actually get somewhere where we can actually get tantalum. I think I figured out that meteorite is, or summoning a meteorite is probably the best way to do it. There's some tantalum. But I think... yeah, there's a more achievable way of getting it. Yeah, for this particular setup, I forget if you're better off running it through there or... yeah, no, you're better off doing it that way round. Go away, thunderstorm. So yeah, to continue to use tantalum for this stuff is going to be expensive in the long run. We'll see how many circuits we get out of this lot particularly. We can just shove that into there as well. Yep. Not going to be a problem. How much have we got left in there? Plenty of fuel. $26, good. All of that may as well be thrown into there. We got our 8 HVs. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Quests. That unlocks that one. Oh yeah, I did want to do that as well. We should add this to the list. Okay, we can make the system on a chip. It's just weird you can also make it this way. We can make that system on a chip, can't we? That's asking for a central processing unit, not a system on a chip. In addition to what's listed... oh, right, okay, no, we can't make the other one just yet. One assumes... yeah, EV engraver, Naquator doped. You can get Naquator and EV. Fair enough. Okay, that is not the way we wanted to do that. We have no reason to ever do that recipe again. There's LV circuits if we ever need them. We should make a few of them though, because we are basically out. And it is part of the quest, and it is on our list. So let's make 8 of them. That being the case. I want to make 8 of them or run it 8 times. Actually, if we, we'll make... No. Let's not. So we have a half of sulfuric acid. Let's not make that situation any worse. Let's see what we get from our HV loot bag. Hey, look, more advanced. Actually, this is a good roll. That was a good loot bag. So the way I've been handling loot bags is basically I collect them in the tier that I'm in and upgrade them to the next tier when I get when we get to the next tier, or when I get enough of them, and then we open them. So yeah, advanced circuit boards are nice to have. We could use them to make a lot of lower tier circuits. Otherwise, they're not useful to us at the minute, but those are what proxy boards get turned into. As for the transfer nodes, these are also nice to have, and I'm surprised I never got around to actually making the basic stuff for these. It's another form of item transportation. Put them in here. Okay. 8 of those. That's correct. Actually, we should think about it this way. If we engrave this onto that, then we're getting 4, which will turn into 16. Okay, but this is used for the other ones as well, so they will get used. I'd rather have spares of items than spares of liquid. SMD transistor skip. Which skip did it give me? Oh, we could have got a second load from this, but never mind. Loot bag anyway. We would have grabbed the loot bag anyway. Right, scan it. Can't be scanned. The only thing that can be done with this is cutting it down to size. How much lube do we have left in here? How much lube do we have in here? Let's pull a couple of stacks of lube out of that, and we'll use that instead. Why did it give me a skip? You have to get fine platinum wire. What's it giving me a skip for? It implies that there's a quest that has become accessible because I've skipped another, or I've skipped a line of progress. Maybe it was this. It's possible it gave me access to computer craft. I can't remember what the requirement for this quest was. But it was something we was working on today. I think I've already used all of that up. Pass, don't know. Do these complete each other? No. Completing that one will complete Sifting Machine, but completing Shake That Booty will not complete both of them. Don't know what the skip was. Let's not worry too much about it. That's the cutting machine. Lubricant goes in there. Ball goes in there. It comes back over to here. Now we etch them. We are almost out of polyethylene again. I forgot we still had some spare basic wafers. We'll keep a hold of those for other things. You all done? It is almost all done. I'll follow you. Fill in. You're turned on. We'll give that a couple more minutes before we actually put it to work. Okay, all of this is done. Is that empty? Yes. Let's grab the chlorine. Put that back. Pick up all of this stuff. Disable the auto output on that. Disable the directional output on that, connect you to there, disconnect you from there, and then pick up the rest of this stuff. Okay. MV. Alright, You are brown. You extract on brown. Yeah, that's right. You go there. That goes there. And we turn auto output from off for now. So we don't accidentally void something. Right. Off you go. Can we clear these? We can. Good. Let's put them away. Right. Let's drop the zinc back into here. Our spare void tubes away. Gonna need these. Right, next thing. Could we make those? Oh, we could have made the central processing units from basic wafers. That's why that's allowed. What are these? It's made with a unique lens. It's made with Ender Eye. Okay. Ender Pearl. One Ender Eye, one Ender Pearl. Oh. I thought I had already made an Ender Pearl one. Did we use it for something? Ah. We use them for enhanced builders guides. What about the Ender Pearl ones then? Okay, so yeah, we have made these before. Pearl Eye. Any particular kind of lathe? MV lathe. Cutting machine. Don't have it out. Go there for now. That's a lot of NAND chips. Do we need them? ZPM, UAV, IV, UV? No. It's asking me to make a thing that we can't actually use for a long time. Not strictly speaking anything new there, but still. These are only made one at a time with phosphorus lenses. Too far. It's already in there. Let's take this out of here. We're almost out of juice for this stuff. Okay. Central processing units. It's strange if this needs central processing units, why it's not abridged off this. I'm sure we have an amber lens. Suppose that's something that's on our list that we forgot to put on our list. Either way, SMD components and wafers are done. Well, kind of. We're missing one. We're missing diodes. Because we need the platinum processing up. Okay, for this... Oh, no, we got it. No need to wait for it. Okay. It wants them made, we'll make them. Diamond or glass lens? I think we have a diamond lens. How do we not have a diamond lens? Will an auto lens do? An auto lens will do. That's why we don't have a diamond lens. We're going to need way more than just the one. But I'm curious as to how much we can get, or how much we will get out of one, because it's 4-6. We should get about 24. We actually may not need way more than the one. One may be about enough. Okay, so we're getting 16 from each of those. Are these NOR? They're NOR. Okay, so we're going to get 32 out of that. That's not too bad then. 32 out of that to make this. I should upgrade this chest. 100% efficiency, 16 EU per tick. Gold one will be fine. What's the typical order for... You know what, I'm just going to sort them. Ender eyes and ore chips. Ender pearl, ender eye. Ender pearl, ender eye. Auto ended up there, and there's our central processing units. These are made from random access memory, which is green sapphire, which is likely Terra. I don't know, maybe sapphire and Terra. Yeah, this is counted as teal. Well, they're green. These are teal lenses. You empty? You're empty. Let's pick you up. Put that away. Okay, let's get that out of there. Now we're done with it, at least for now. And we don't need those lenses because we already have one, otherwise how would we have made these? Okay, we're getting there. We are more or less at time for break. So we will take our break, get ourselves something to eat, something to drink. And we'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. That's the usual plan. Let's put this away for now. We'll see whether or not we've made enough stuff we'll see whether or not we have crafted enough stuff to get everything on our list done. Because we'll have most of it. But yeah, I will have my break. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. So I will see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Right, so where are we? We need to actually start making some circuits. So, distracted temporarily by Discord, doing a small amount of moderation. Trying to redirect people to the right thread for their conversation. Okay, so we need to start making some circuits. Let's start with LV and work our way up then. Okay. We need soldering alloy. And given the fact that this thing is no longer ever going to move, we may as well just fill it with whatever alloy we have and leave it in there. It's a lot less than I thought we had. Thankfully, we still got plenty of stuff that we can make more with. Okay, and then we're going to need 8 of those, 8 of those, 8 of those, and then 8 fine copper wire. Standard fine copper wire. Alright, yes, and then 4 of these. Okay, so that gets us nice. So we can quite quickly tick that off the list. We can pump out more if we need them fairly easily. Right, we're going to need 16. 24, 64 rather, 64 of these, 64 capacitors, and then red alloy, 8 of. Our makers are MV ones, but we're going to convert them all up. Going to need another 8. We need to be careful to not accidentally skip a quest by just going ahead and doing everything. There we go, there's that. Throw those in. Okay, we already have everything for this. And we can make the workstation as well, can't we? Ah, no we can't, we need the diodes first. So once we have our HVs, then we need to start working on our, what's it called? Vat of polyethylene producer. Large chemical reactor. I think we only have the... Oh no! How did we get 6 of them? We definitely get some given for free, but I don't ever remember selecting them other than for the initial ones you get for free because you need them. You get 4 here for free. There we go. We got another 2 from here. That's why we have 6. Either way, that means we can just complete the quest. We don't actually need to craft the rest of the stuff. We do need them, or we will need more of them later, but for now... we have what we want. Okay, what are we missing? We have the board with the circuits. In fact, we do want to convert them all up. Ah, right, we've not put in the RAM. Went through most of our capacitors doing that. But capacitors, I think we can make with aluminium. Which we can. We get half as many. Silicone rubber. Polyvinyl chlorine. Polyvinyl chlorine's made from polyethylene, effectively, isn't it? Yeah, I need the liquid form. There we go. From vinyl chlorine, yeah, it's made from ethylene as well. We're going to get a good source of ethylene soonish, hopefully. And that also gives us hydrochloric acid, which is good for our bee stuff. Okay, before we rip those out... Oh, why did I make them with those? I should have made them with the small coils. It's probably worth moving some or most of this stuff through to there now. There are other things that use these coils, so I'm not too worried, but still. Nickel, zinc, ferrite, which is how you make the coil versions. But we have some neodymium, and we can make a whole bunch of more with those. Although that required tantalum. Makes slightly less with platinum. Nah, too late. We're missing his diodes. Okay. We're gonna have 2 spare circuit boards. How do we manage that? Can we use normal diodes for this? We can. So if we want to brute force it, then we can do it that way. Let's put those in there so that they're ready. Let's put those wafers away in here for now. Okay. We've definitely mined a bunch of this out from somewhere. Because we have a bunch of electrotein anyway. But I don't think we mined the entire vein. And we only seem to have the raw electrotein. Ah, no, we processed all of it, bollocks. Saltpeter, diatomite, alunite. Yeah, we definitely didn't mine the entire vein out, so we'll have to do that another time. It's a side task, so it's not important. That'll be Evie. Oh. It wants to make a basic recycler? Basic amplifier. Basic mass fabricator. That requires HV. That requires MV. That's MV. Odd that it's on this chain here. If you have too much wood, saplings, netherite, or other garbage, you can recycle them into scrap. This does not have a 100% chance. Scrap can be used to make a UU amplifier to make UU matter in 1/4 of the time, saving you a significant amount of energy. Certain items such as cobble, stone, and tiny dusts are too easy to make and don't give any scrap. But otherwise, any item can be recycled to get scrap. They all want the lower tier ones, with the exception of this one. Not something to worry about at the minute. Thing we're going to worry about now is in mass processing this thing, which should be all in here. Okay, let's start getting pieces together. Put our LV circuits away for now. Put the chest away, that away, this away. Okay. Let's get the bottom ones done first. As you know, let's make the chemical reactor first. It's not a complicated building. I don't think the energy hatch has to go there. It's a stainless steel rotor. Well, will you look at that? Apparently we've had need for these before. Because I will always make rotors in batches of 5. Cleanroom controller is why we have a spare. Okay, good. That saves that. I think we accidentally made... Yep. So that covers... those pieces. Polytetrafluoroethylene fluid pipe. Gonna need 12 ingots. What size? Large. Okay, and then we just need one of these things. 8 of those, 1 gold, and then gonna need polyethylene. Needs to be a bigger one, does it? Needs to be HV. Well, there's no cost to making it manually. Just if we can throw it in there, we may as well throw it in there. Okay. Right, and I was going to put it here-ish, I believe. Okay, the quest requires us to make 8 chemically inert machine casings. How do I bring up the recipe list from this? Don't think I can. We'll do it this way. There we go. Just wondering how many recipes have more than okay, it's going to need 5 on that side. Does the quest actually require us? No, it doesn't. We don't have to make 8 of these. We actually already have a copper nickel coil. So we can put that down already. That did complete the quest. The quest is going to give us a enchanted loot bag. They get opened immediately. Oh, free completion of another wonderful. It's given us back the polytetrafluoroethylene we're going to use to make the damn thing. How fortuitous. But it also gave us this thing. I'm tempted to grab that, but I don't know if there's a... Okay, no, it's something else. We don't need it. I thought it might be needed in a quest. It doesn't appear to be. It's just a reward for a quest. Given the electric jetpack for free. Which is nice because this thing is kind of expensive to make. Like, kind of really expensive to make. It'll get upgraded later, but we'll put it away somewhere safe for now because we already have means of flight. We have a few different means of flight, and I think... Well, I think they're both better for the reason that one of them is free but doesn't provide creative flight, but the one that can provide creative flight uses fuel. Anyway, let's take that. We do need to grab some of these at some point. I forget what kind of range this thing has at maximum size. Remote refueling. Because it's the thermostatic harness that we're using for flight at the moment. We need to make these just to get this off the list. And we need to do all of these, and we need to start doing that, and we need to start working our way down here and get ourselves some nanosuits. Even though we're not going to use the nanosuits, we're not even going to use the quantum suit. The armor we're going to use isn't listed in here. The armor we're going to eventually use is listed in here. This thing. That's what we're going to upgrade to. And then we're going to be using that until I think we need to make... I think we make Draconic first, and we'll end up using Draconic. Because Draconic is better. It's just way beyond us. This actually isn't too far away. It's still a ways out. I think it's ULV? We need Osmiridium. So we don't actually have the recipe in here at the minute. I believe it takes Osmiridium, which I think is LUV. Oh no, Ivy. So once we get to Ivy, then we can get ourselves that sort of armor. But we're halfway through HV, that's a way off yet anyway. So, let's get the next thing that we know we need. Given that it's given us bars, let's just use the bars. So we're going to need 4 VoDs. Four normal pipes. 4 plates. That quest really just made this so much easier for us. Because I don't think we would have had enough polytetrafluoroethylene if it had not just given us those bars. Okay. So we have that, we have that, we have that. We need an HV energy hatch. We definitely need one of each of these, and we're going to use, for the time being, one input bus, one output bus. The question is how many of these we're going to use. In theory, if we want to just have this one be able to be manually used for anything, we'll need 6 of each. But we'll see. I don't think we have a spare maintenance hatch. I think we've used them all. This doesn't need a muffler. Yeah. This is usually where we've been putting stuff that is important or used in other quests or needs to be recycled, that sort of thing. So I think we'll leave that in there. Okay, this is going to need steel wrought iron. Need 2 chests as well. Steel, 9 of, 2 wrought iron. Stainless steel. Gold. What wire do we need for this? Tin. We may as well get the 2 of those. Same deal, we can make them cheaper this way. We'll need copper wires. And then double copper plates. Three of for each. Okay. Wire, wire, wire. They're all plates. You are double plates. You are configured auto outputs. Good. Saves me the trouble. How's our benzene? We got through some, but plenty left all hanging around. And we can always just convert more wood over. What I'll end up doing is we'll end up converting this down into liquid form once we've done. Okay. Gonna need more of those, but one will do for now. Okay, this does not have all the tools in it by default. Which ones are missing? Saw and snips, if memory serves correctly. No screwdriver? Oh, it's in there. Snips, saw. Okay, one maintenance hatch. That needs to be turned into a power hatch. Need polyethylene. Program 1. Program 2. Covers that and that. That is an energy hatch. It's more complicated than I was hoping. Foiled again, indeed. Green lens. Okay. Fairly sure I've got liquid sodium. I think this spits out 4 at least, doesn't it? Yeah, good, good. Let's put the dirt away. We need one of those. We believe tin plates. Sodium's over here. It's our sodium cell. So we actually don't need that. Rock salt. Distillery of all things. This needs the fluid canner. We're going to need to make the pump. Which to do next? Let's do the coils next because it's slightly easier. 2 high energy alloys. Can't remember why I kept these in here. We're in here because I was going to do something with them, but apparently I have not got around to doing the things with them. Oh, that's a circuit assembler. We don't need you anymore. We can actually recycle you at some point. Polarizer, however. We don't have a better version of you yet. Then those. Oh, we need 2 of them. And it needs to be higher voltage. Still not enough? Oh, it needs to be high voltage. Not just higher voltage, high voltage. We'll run this off of steam since it's full. Gets us the coils. It's not going to take long, we'll just wait. We are going to need a second electronic pump, so we may as well make 2. We don't need it for this, we're going to need it for high voltage steam regulator. Okay, maintenance hatch. Let's keep it in our inventory for now. We'll start plugging things in once we have all of the pieces. We'll get the major pieces first and then we'll start working on the lesser pieces afterwards, or more specifically the chemically inert machine casing. However many of those we need. Oh, I misread that. We have plenty of polytetrafluoroethylene then. For some reason, I thought this was 10 times more than it actually is. Okay, do we have... We have 1 steel rotor. 17. Gonna need 2 screws, we have those. Stainless steel fluid pipes. 6. And then we're going to need 2 for that. For those. Should probably just bake the electrum rather than leaving it in here. 8, 16. There for wires. Gold. And 2 of these. Oh yes, rubber rings as well. So I entered focus mode. Know exactly what task we need to do, know exactly where everything is. Get it done, no more commenting. Okay, what's missing from this? Right, there's our pump. I think that one this has to be made in an assembly machine. God damn it, we put it away. Okay. Right, so that gives us all of those. Generally speaking, item in plus plus goes there. Generally speaking, I think we put that on the side, haven't we? But I might put it here on this one, so we can have all the inputs on this side. So the question is then, fluid inputs, fluid outputs. Do we just go 6 and 6 and be done with it? Even though there's very few things that need 6 on either side that I'm likely to make. I've definitely seen a 6 to 1. Or rather 5 to 1. I think the only things that would require it is probably some of the rocket fuel. Another 4 inputs. There's a 5 output. Hydrochloric acid, raw silicon. To make a whole bunch of different things. Biodiesel, centane boosted diesel. Until IV. There's jet fuel A, fuel A. I think we skipped past high octane gasoline, which is also another one that has 5 inputs, 1 output. Or maybe it was 5 and 2 output. I mean, it's not like we're short on the stuff we would need to make the hatches. I didn't see anything that was 6 and 6 though. Two plus hatches, 1 for every fluid. 1 plus output, same as above. Actually, that information's still going to be in chat. It was the last thing we did. One dot input bus, heating coil, two dot. I think that information's wrong. These are all 1 dots. The heating coil is here, and I think it has to be there. Yeah, I think this guide is wrong. Unless the heating coil doesn't actually have to be at the top center. Tired of using small cells. You decide if the reactor should void any excess products when outputs are full. There's also recipe specified. Addition. You can use a screwdriver and the output hatch to cycle through the modes. Use shift click to go directly to a specific fluid mode. Then lock the fluid with a cell for easier automation. Well, we know we're going to need 5 inputs. So we'll go with 5 inputs. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5 inputs and 8 of those. It's 48. Need 45. 5 inputs. We'll also need 5 of those. 10 of those. Yep, that goes in there. That goes in there. We're going to need to make more rubber. We are absolutely going to run out. Let's turn the auto output of this off for now. Need more polyethylene as well. Okay, we made a bunch of these spare. We did not make enough though. Obsidian glass 9 ring. Do we really not have any more obsidian dust? Glass, saltpeter, molten glass. I'd rather just make the obsidian glass, it's slightly easier. And I need silicon glass though. Maybe strengthened glass is easier then. Yeah, it's a tin. Yep, there's the tin. And molten glass. We are out of rubber. Oh. We're out of raw rubber as well. I think we still have plenty of slimes we can use though. Centrifuge it to get the glue, and we can extract it if we don't want the glue, which is going to be faster. Good question. I don't think any of these extract, do they? You grind. You compress. You spin. You mix. And you hammer, yeah. I'm sure we'll find the use for the glue. Can you do this? Excellent. And then we're going to need sulfur 14. Going to need a refined glue. I expected that to take a little bit longer. Well, that is nice and quick. How convenient. I don't think that actually needs a program number on it, does it? Nope. Let's have the glue. Keep that. Leave that for a while. Good, auto output is off. Five inputs there. Should we just go 5 and 5? We're probably almost never going to use the 5 outputs, but we can specifically allocate the outputs. So we can actually have it run in multiple recipes if we really want to. And just leave it run in and make sure it outputs to the right tanks. We'll go 5 and 5. So we need another 3. Oh, I forgot I already had the steel rods. And then plate-wise, it's 8 each, isn't it? Yeah. Is 24 right for 3 8s? Yes. How is this glass made? In what? Chemical reactor. The one over there is in use. The one in here is not. Okay, and then we need... we may as well convert them all over. Tin rings, 2 each. 6 out of an ingot. Sorry, 4 out of an ingot. My brain is starting to fry, it seems. Okay, bring that down to 1. Those with those. Oh, it's 6 apiece. Yeah. Steel plates will get used. Okay. Should be all the polyethylene we need. So not polyethylene, polytetrafluoroethylene. Use its correct name. This assembly recipe, it is an assembly recipe. We'll do it in that one over there. No program number. They're not tin. They're iron. Damn it. Tin rings are only useful for rotors. Melt them down. Turn them back into ingots. Try again. And while we're waiting, okay, turn the output back on. $20 copper. He's going to need some extra glass. I think that might actually be a correct program code to smoosh the wires together, so it's 10 of those, that's that. How are we doing on time? Still have an hour and 30 to try and get some to get to EV circuits. Oh, we made too many. We still have the HV energy hatch in our inventory. Bollocks. Well, we're going to need more than one of these eventually. Maybe sooner rather than later, depending on how we want to do things. Okay. Goes back into here. Polyfluoroethylene. Polyvinyl chlorine. Nope, that's still wrong. That one is just straight polyethylene. There's our rubber. The rubber away. Throw this lot into here. Yeah, better start making some more. And we mix it with oxygen, do we not? It's not even going to be close to enough, is it? No. If it was going to be close to enough, I was going to use the large thingy to do it. What am I looking for? Oh, that's all done. Still need to get to that. Well, specifically this is the target for today. That just happens to be the first thing we'll make with it. The second thing I'll end up making with it, and that'll be off camera. Because we have other plans for Saturday. The second thing will be a vacuum freezer. That's gatekeeping a whole bunch of progress. We'll keep that on us. We'll put it in here, actually. Okay, what we were trying to do before I got mildly sidetracked oxygen and ethylene is the best way to make it. We don't have the stuff in here to make it yet. I think we could in theory make cellulose pulp. Yeah, and if we had a little bit extra, we could make it this way, although that's titanium tetrachloride. And we don't have any titanium. So let's just get ourselves a whole bunch of oxygen. And we'll use this one because it will run faster. Oh, right, yeah, damn it. Program 1 oxygen cells. Okay. We want this set up for platinum, don't we? Don't think I have anything pointing me in the direction of platinum how I want to do it yet. It's obviously the simple way of doing it. We want to do it properly though. Platinum dust. Platline is actually an EV. But you can actually do this. I don't believe there's anything in there that specifically requires it to be EV. Just while that gets the last two done. Tick, tick. And yeah, that's waiting on plat line. We've done that. That's polyethylene. That's the remains of our ethylene. Program 2, throw that in. Ethylene goes there, empty cells go there. That goes there. This goes in here with all this stuff. For reasons. Output is disabled. Put the polytetrafluoroethylene in here. And put this away. We're going to need this. We'll complete this structure first and then we'll repair it. Okay, let me grab that because we're going to need to move this. Could pick up and move the battery box, but we'll do it this way. And you should turn black. Excellent. There we go. One large chemical reactor. Let's just fix it. Oop. All good. Right. So before we can do anything with this, we need this stuff. Diluted sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Okay, doesn't look like we have any nitric acid. Ammonia and oxygen. Nitrogen dioxide, oxygen gas, and water. Sulfuric acid and sodium nitrate. That one would be useful if we had all the bits, but we're missing the ammonium nitrate. It's sodium just spit out of the other end. Hydrogen gas, nitrogen gas, oxygen gas. Oh, we can just make it directly. But that's almost certainly going to cost us more EU to do it that way. What can we use nitrogen oxide for? To make more nitrogen dioxide. We'll do it the longer way around to save us some power. So nitrogen dioxide is oxygen and nitrogen. We'll get some of this back as we're going through. Hydrofluoric acid, nitric acid. Platinum compound, ammonium chloride. More or less the same. Okay, so we do that to get that. Gets us the nitric oxide. So oxygen, nitric oxide, which we do still need to make ourselves, I assume. Saltpeter, chromium trioxide. Do we have no ammonia? I don't think ammonia is hard to get. We apparently do not have any ammonia. We can make it directly with hydrogen and nitrogen. I'm sure we can make it better. We can almost certainly get it from distilling things. Fermented biomass can get us ammonia. Although not much, not fast. That, however, we might be able to do. Golden brown. That might be the tier above. That's brown. And we have algae. Damn it. It's the tier above this that will get us ammonia that way. Yep. Okay, so our only options are to craft it ourselves, which will be nice and quick. And in the grand scheme of things, let's see, that's going to be 1,200. We're going to get more faster. We'll end up stockpiling it once we actually have the power system up and running fully. But for now, we'll have to do it this way. Of course, we're going to end up with more than we need, or the wrong amounts. That being the case, let's just start with the lower one. Go water, oxygen, nitrogen dioxide. Nitrogen dioxide is that. Nitrogen oxide is that. Alright, this is going to work another loop, annoyingly enough. 2,000, 2,000. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So to get this started, we're going to need 4,000 nitrogen, and 12,000 hydrogen. Program 1. Then we're going to need that much oxygen. I thought this was capable of parallel operation. Seems to be running one at a time. Is it not capable of parallels? Tired of using cells, build the large chemical reactor and pipe, or use a glorious fuel. You can decide, you can also specify. Maybe it doesn't have parallels. 8 to 24. That's the structure guidelines. Does not lose efficiency when overclocking, except fluids and stuff. Ah, right, yes. It's more power efficient because it runs... Rather than running at twice the speed for 4 times the power, it'll run at twice the speed for twice the power, or rather 4 times the speed for 4 times the power as you tier up a recipe. Okay, and it threw it all there. So we grab that. What program number is this? This is 1 as well. That ate a lot of it. Okay. Okay. 4 nitric oxide, 2000 water, 2000 oxygen. We're probably going to need way more than we're making here for the long run. Oh wait, no, this is this one. We need twice as much oxygen as that. And this is still program 1. Nitric oxide, oxygen, water. Oh, actually we didn't need the water. We still made what we needed. And this wants to be program 24. Okay, and that should be clean. There is our, let's get the other kind of cell. Let's have a few of them. Okay, and that gets our nitric acid. Now in order to be able to do anything with this, we need this stuff. And that requires diluted sulfuric acid, which we don't currently have. Is it ethanol that we have some spare of? We may have spare ethanol. We do! So if we get 4 of that, and then we'll pull it out of there. That'll get us a bit of spare ethylene. What program code we need? 1. Sulfuric acid. Ethanol. Isn't the cheapest of recipes. But it'll do the job. Yeah, 60 seconds MV. So in theory it should only be taking 15 seconds each. Yes. Okay, here was a slightly easier way that we could have done it. Or we could have just... You can just literally dilute it in water. Just looking at the wrong set of recipes. Never mind. We have some spare ethanol now. Okay, and we'll grab that. And we use this to make in the mixer, which means we actually need to decant them. Round one. There's that. Although that's only enough for 8 of these. We'll see how far we can get with 8. See how much it spits out the other side. Okay. So we've done this step, albeit we haven't made as much as this. Just want to go ahead and actually make it a full stack's worth. Actually, I think yes. Let's go ahead and make a full stack's worth. Okay, so if we want to make a full stack's worth, then we're going to need to make... Go up to a stack, then back to... Actually, no, that's not right. We do not have enough nitrogen to pull this off. Oh no, it's hydrogen we need. 14 kiloliters. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, this is doable. This is doable. We'll measure things out with these just because it'll be easier. 28. And 84. There's 4, so we need of 20. 84. So 28 nitrogen. Hydrogen. So you need to program 1. Nitrogen goes in there. Oh, I didn't realise we still had a whole bunch of hydrogen sulfide. I thought we converted it all into sulfuric acid. Okay, the next step. Now to go to the ammonia, we're going to need 70 oxygen. Ah yeah, this is the slow part because it's creating it. So the next bit needs oxygen, that's this bit. Then we're going to need... no, that is an output. Probably electrolyze the water once we have it all. Then we're going to need another 28 oxygen. We can just throw that all into one of the inputs. And then feed the other one into another one. So that gets this. Then we need another 14 oxygen and we'll have the water already. Now to get our nitrous oxide. So yeah, I'll throw all of that in one of them. If we had the ammonia, we can leapfrog straight to it with water as the byproduct. That probably would have been the better way of doing it, but it's too late now. Actually, no, it's not. It's not too late now. We're making the ammonia at the moment. So in reality, all we need is... this one. So if we get rid of that and that, and that actually, and we use that one instead. I wonder if that's the same amount of oxygen. It is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 112. Okay, so while that goes, we also are going to need diluted acid. It's not as efficient on the hydrogen sulfide. We have a way to get sulfuric acid easily enough. I'm just wondering what's the best way to turn it into diluted. Alright, same recipe, just avoids the water. How much power does it take to make it directly? Where'd the recipe go? Well, there was a recipe to make it directly. There is. Hydrogen sulfide, so when I search for sulfuric acid... Strange. Okay, so hydrogen sulfide. We have to make that in... I don't think we can make this in a chemical reactor, can we? No, we have to make that in there. And it is probably the faster, more efficient way of making it. How much oxygen do we have? Four to 1. Okay. We'll do the nitrogen first. To go to this, we need 24. What quest is it that was asking for ammonia? Nitric acid and water, good. I think it's not biomass for the masses? Oh no, there's one in here. Nitrogen and hydrogen, ammonia. Fair enough. Nitric oxide. Damn you! We're skipping this step. Too late, we already skipped it. Okay, I'll have to make some more of that on my own time then. It's the same program number, so we just throw that in there. Throw that in there. Bollocks. That will have just voided one sulfide, 4 oxygen. Okay, so there's our sulfuric acid. Now we need to turn into diluted sulfuric acid. How did we do it last time? We can just mix it with water, but that will give us the wrong amount in total. Ah, right, yeah, we used it with, where is it? We used it to make a little bit of extra ethylene. 1-to-1 ethanol. So this will take a little while to run, but that's fine. We have spare ethanol anyway. This will get us... Don't need to do the polyethylene. This might actually give us too much ethylene. Program 1. $15 a pop. And then we throw them in the mixer. Which one are you outputting to? Let's grab the water. Get rid of all that. Put that away. Put that away. I wonder if it's going to let me skip it even though I don't even have the start of it. We have tetrahydrite. SB. God damn it, what's SB? Antimony, which we have plenty of as well. We have like a lot of tetrahydrite. You get a little bit more platinum concentrate out of it. But you would also get slightly less than a full stack. $1,000 to 1. The Water of Kings, it can will resolve platinum. Perfect solvent for platinum processing, get a few cells of it. Platinum metallic powder. So we would want a... Step 1. Step 2A. Gonna need some ammonium chloride. 2B. We'll get 2B done. And this feeds back, doesn't it? Do I actually have enough? I wouldn't have enough dust to do it that way. We need a bit more. Acquiring more is on our list of things to do. It's just not on this list of things to do. I think we have a whole bunch of nickel that we've deliberately not processed so that we can run it through this. So we'll need to get some nickel back leaves going so that we can maximize the amount of, because that'll turn that into 4, which means that we'll get 80% or theoretically 80% chance out of the 2 of these. But we could just run it through mercury. We have plenty of mercury, plenty of cinnabar. Yeah, nickel is the main way that I can get this at the minute. I think we'll worry about all the other quests later. For now, we just want to be able to get some platinum. Oh, bollocks. We made an extra coolant cell and we already had 2 in here. I should always check to see if I've stashed an item away somewhere. Almost done. And then we can run these together. I feel like I have some of that. Palladium, iridium, there. Some other things we got from somewhere else. I don't think we're going to get to EV circuits today, but at the very least I'd like to get at least some platinum. Ammonium chloride. So we don't need much of it. What's the difference between that and that? Just runs at half the speed for double the power. Why though? I do not understand. Okay. Run this through program 1. Time-wise, it's going to make a little difference. So we'll run it through program 1, which is already on. So we'll put platinum in there. that in there. And while that's cooking, let's start working on the other bit that we haven't got yet. So we need more ammonia. Hydrochloric acid, ammonia. We have plenty of hydrochloric acid, so that's not a problem. Making that much ammonia is going to be a problem, though. How much would we need for... Are we going to end up with an even number? We should end up with an even number of concentrate, shouldn't we? Yeah, okay. So... we need 25 and a 6th bucket. We need a strange amount. Wonderful. $26. We're almost out of nitrogen. I was worried that might be the case. Okay. Actually, we should probably, just in case... the achievement can detect it. Do it that way. Okay, doesn't look like it's going to trigger from that. That's fine then. Still program 1. Nitrogen goes in there. Nitrogen goes in there. We need 26 hydrochloric acid. This will also be program 1 when it's done. Okay. So nothing we can do with this at the minute. Molten potassium disulfate. We can actually make that. One assumes, at least. A known plank master is engraved on it. Platinum lighter. Now start with dissolving it. Highly concentrated dust. Can even rarer metals like beryllium. You'll need this IV and higher, so stockpile it. Potassium disulfate, potassium, sulfur, oxygen. So we could make that dust. We'll stockpile it like it says though. I think we got those from their metal processing, didn't we? Yeah, doesn't matter. Can't do anything with it in a minute anyway, so pay it no mind. Okay, and then once we've got both of these, the thing we care about is platinum metal concentrate. We mix that with ammonium chloride. Gets us palladium enriched ammonia, nitrogen dioxide and sulfuric acid back. Tiny powers of reciprocating platinum dust. Tiny powers of platinum salt. Platinum chloride. You promise pure platinum metal at a much higher efficiency than just smelting it. No worries, just react it with the platinum chloride with calcium and you're done. We have a crap ton of calcium, albeit it's in a form we can't currently use. Yeah, we need to extract... Oh! Excuse you? Can we not tea from there? We can't tea from there. There's our calcium. We will get our surface mounted diodes. What else do we need for surface mounted diodes? Gallium arsenide dust. Where's the macerator? Do I have to cook these or can I just smoosh them together? I do actually have to cook them. Does this require oxygen? Nope. Almost done. So just poking my idle game and taking a sip of tea. Or a gulp of tea, more accurately. Oh, I forgot we made a second one of those. We have batteries. Cut that down for me. Smoosh that for me. Okay, and we get a stack. So for each gallium we use, we get a stack out of it. We get 2 stacks out of it, effectively. And that'll require 4 platinum? 2 platinum. There's our dust. Do these go back in as program 1? Toolbar, go away. Or taskbar, go away. You're blocking my visibility. Yep, back in as number 1. There we go, nice and quick. Okay. So, we take program 1 again. This is going to take a while. And we mix it with that. Oh, that's running a lot quicker than I was expecting it to. Ah, LV recipe. So it's 8 times faster. 8 times faster? No, 16 times faster. Okay. These are actually only going to end up spitting out a half stack's worth. So for this one and this one, then that'll just fill that for us. For this one I'll have to manually fill it, but it won't fill a full can. Did I math wrong? I must have mathed horrendously wrong. Ah, I made twice as much than I needed to. I multiplied by 24, but it takes 2,000 concentrate each cycle. Oh, there's oxygen in there. There's oxygen in there because we're going to mix it with the ethylene. It wasn't the fluids that were full, it was the solids. Okay. So we've got 8 lots of small salt. 2, 8, 4, 8, 12, 16. Yep, that's correct. Okay. So we take that. I'm not going to get much platinum out of this. Okay, doesn't need a program, just throw them in together. Six pure platinum in HV. Screw your inefficient method game. We now just need to cook it, don't we? Gonna need to cook it and then to complete the other quest. Put the calcium away. What can we do with the calcium chloride? I imagine we can... Oh, it has uses. It's going to be required in making tungsten. Or we can just electrolyze it back out again. Let's put the calcium in here for now. There's our platinum ingots. How many of these do we need? 18. Did we grab the ingot cast? We need the ingot cast. We need the ingot cast to turn it back. Right, the diodes are the only ones we still need to make. Everything else we have. And I'm fairly sure we have sufficient enough spares. Put all that lot away. Okay, so we need 2 of those. May as well go with all 4. Oh, bollocks. Right, yes, that's what we're going to do. Ethylene in here. Throw that in there, that in there. Oxygen in there. Done. That's a task for later. Get more platinum metal. What do you mean, thingy? Program 3. Ooh, this one's slow. 60 seconds. I've missed a program circuit for you. What do you need me to say to? Program 1. How quickly are you going to make it? Damn sight quicker than previously. And for less power as well. There we go. Nice healthy amount of polyethylene again. And we're about to get some more. Let me just manhandle these and these, I believe. That gives us that. We still have 10 minutes. We might have enough time. What do we need? We do have enough time. We can actually complete all the tasks we've set. Just need to make the EV circuits, and we have basically all the bits. There's one or two things that we might still need to craft, but we should have more or less everything. That can be put away later, along with all of that. Ethylene, polyethylene, ammonium chloride, empty, calcium chloride. Okay. So, 2 of the bits are in there. We need 8 diodes, 16 random access memory. And then we're going to need blue alloy bolts, half a stack worth. Electrum wire, half a stack worth. Where are you? Let's just cook the rest of the Electrum. Grab the remaining polyethylene. Put those away. Oh god, this is painfully slow. Not that I have any specific intent to end bang on 8 o'clock, which is the usual end time. But I want to see if I can at least complete all my tasks. By that point. We're down to the last one. And we're being delayed by this thing. One piece left. Okay, we did numbers correctly. Is there a faster way of making this than this? Would I have been better off No, even cutting it is going to take an age. Although we could reduce the speed of the cutting. But what about actually making those? No, same problem. It would still take us the same amount of time overall. I will count this as a win. We will be finished before 8 o'clock anyway. Just got 2 more minutes to wait for those 2 to process. There we go. Do we need 1 or 2 for the achievement or the quest? Oh, the quest wants 4. Well, we've not prepared enough stuff to make 4 of these. We're most certainly not going to do that before 8. The quest was simply to make those. I wonder why it wants 4 when this only requires 2. Is it so that you can then make a mainframe? It is. That would work out. The math on that works out. Computronics, Computronics. Computronics is not Open Computers. There, that's why we need one. We would need the or 2 of these mainframes to make the NASA workbench, but we're planning on entirely skipping this, at least for now. We have everything we need to get titanium, so we can actually skip going to the moon. It's just going to be a little bit more of a process. But there's the 2 that we was after. That's enough for being able to replace the this advanced circuit assembler for a advanced circuit assembler 2. Okay, job done. Although I am going to have to make 2 extras anyway. We needed... How many do we need for vacuum freezer? Industrial maceration stack. Advanced crop gene extractor. It's either 2 or 4. Oh, I am wrong on both accounts. It's 3. We need 3 for this. Bunch of things gated behind this. But I think that'll do. There's not many other things that we can do in the time we have left. And we've completed all of our major goals today. All other tasks are done. Technically, basic plant processing is also done. So yeah, I will leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Sunday, where I'm excited. We get to play some more Rain World. The Watchers, or Rain World of the Watchers, the new DLC will be out on Friday. So we will set that up and we're playing that on Saturday. So thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.